All righty.
Okay. This is an old job that I've had to come back to because it hasn't been recorded yet. And I was just going to add my signature to it. And I think I know how to do that, but I was just going to have you look over my shoulder while I do it.
Okay.
Make sure I don't do anything too terrible.
Make sure you don't snap if you're trying to adjust that move.
I'm just
Start
trying to
your
bring
move.
it down some.
Just start your move with just like you did, but then you hit the set your snap to none. Go ahead and start your move like you did by click. And then as you're moving, go up there and on the snap bar, see that? Yeah, like that. Turn that off and that just temporarily does it. So now you can put it wherever you need to move it to. All right. And see now your snaps are back on. So
Right, now,
what
how do I turn off this little box again?
well, first of all, do you need to make that a little bigger or not? Is that I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
So just grab it, grab the square and take that corner. There you go. And just take it up. Okay, now to turn that box off, you need to type image frame or
Pick
just
it
frame.
first.
No, it's a global setting for all the images. F. There you go. And you hit that one there. Hit that. Now you see it is set to 2.
I set it to 0.
Yeah, set it to 0 and it turns it off so that you can't see it. If you set it to 1, you can see it and it will plot. If you leave it at 2, you can see it, but it won't plot. So
Okay.
let's say once you're done with it though, and if you now said image frame and you turn it off, now if you go to select it, I don't think you'll be able to select it. You might have to have the frame on.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is one that we were looking at the other day, and I don't know what I did, but I did something really screwy. Or the result, I don't know that I did something really screwy, but the end result is really screwy.
Now you have to do a zoom extents to get back to your.
Okay, now that's, what did I do that caused that?
I don't know, that's that block scale again. That looks like that's from the bar scale.
It is from the bar scale, because
All
I
right,
click
so
on it, and that's what it
just
says. It's from.
reinsert your bar scale.
the insertion point for block, just hit
Yeah.
enter.
Yeah, no, just click, just show it a place. And that's fine. You can put it anywhere you want.
And
Scale
enter.
factor, now scale factor, just hit enter for 1. And E is fine. And then go ahead and just hit enter for all of these values until it finishes the command. All right, now you can select that one you just drew. Oh, what's going on? It says bar scale. So why is that? Do a REA. Let's see it a minute, Mike. Let me request remote control here. Okay.
Click approve. Oh, okay, there it goes.
Yeah. Right, that is bar scale. Why that? Don't know. Well, that would not did not redefine it. And then I can't set the attribute size.
Is it just taking up the whole drawing? That's the problem.
No. It's no idea. Let's see here. Wow, everything's all. All right, let me see here. Decimal. We are inch to 100. Hmm.
Let me turn my phone off.
Well, just kill it.
Maybe if I tell you what I did that caused this to happen, that might give you a hint about what you need to do to fix it. I was getting ready to set my scale and I clicked on the viewport and I unlocked it.
Uh-huh.
And then I double clicked.
Well, yeah.
With the viewport still highlighted.
Yeah, that really shouldn't have mattered, but who knows? Now there's a block. It's at these really strange coordinates here. And that's your PE stamp.
There it is.
So you had it like this. And then you did what? Double clicked?
Yeah, I double clicked on actually on the bar when I was supposed to double click inside
Oh, okay.
after I turned the scale off.
All right. So see, when you double click like that and you see this heavy green line,
Yeah,
what you've done is you're technically over into model space right now, even though you're still down here on the paper space tab.
right.
And you get off of that by see that icon right there?
Yeah,
That's to maximize the viewport. So that's what takes you in and out of that viewport. So again, that shouldn't have had anything to do with it. Now,
let me see if my scale's still turned. If my
I erased the scale because the scaling on it was just way out of whack. So one thing too, by the way, let me go over to here to check something. We have any monster points? No, okay. All right, so now go ahead and let's put your bar scale back in, but let's set your layer as to what layer you want it on. There you go.
I don't know what the difference between those two bar scales are, but
I don't know, you go ahead and put that one in and then we'll put the other one. I don't know why there's two, why I made two. It may have just been a different style. Maybe one is with 0 in a different spot, but go ahead.
answer to that's yes.
Yeah, go ahead and say yes to that. Find a place to put it.
For right now, I'll just put it there.
All right. And now answer the questions. And just by default, I think since this is at 100 scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just hit enter, 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 and enter. Now zoom in, you see where the 0 is. Now try the other one, go ahead and make another one, just put it right above it. That's the bar scale 2. And What I'm thinking is maybe I've got the 0 mark. In a different spot where it's 100 on the left and 0 and then 100 and 200, but we'll see.
Say yes.
Correct. Click and then hit your defaults again. No, it looks like it's exactly the same. Oh, well.
Okay, let me ask you another question about this job that I noticed.
All right. Well, yeah,
This
first,
is-
before you go over there, go ahead and erase that bar scale. And I want you to also go to the file menu and choose drawing utilities. And over to the right, all the way down where it says purge. And check on to purge nested items. And also automatically purge orphaned. Now go up and right click on the word blocks. It'll let you right click it. Maybe you have to open the plus markup. All right, close the plus mark back. And just select it with the left mouse. Will that work, I wonder? Let me see here a minute, Mike. Like, I don't want to purge any of your layers. All I want to purge is your blocks. Yeah, we may have. Done. All right. Now you wanted to ask me about this over here?
No, I got this drawing from another. I opened this as a template in a job I was doing on. Then when I went to this job, I just went directly to. I just created the job in a different file. But what I failed to do. Let me show you my files here.
Wait a second. Wait, is this the same one you put your signature in?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just noticed it was missing. So it's not a, that was in the other file. Okay.
Yeah. I ended up with my, I have my Henry I have my Henry stuff in this folder, which I don't really want it here. But if I cut this and copy it to the right file, it won't have the right path, will it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it will, is what, if you look in your Henry folder, do you have the CRD and history file over there at all?
I don't think so, but let me look.
No. So yeah. So if you go back now and grab that where it was from low. And now when you've used it here, are they the same coordinates?
No.
Okay. So these are just here erroneously. So you can just select all three of those. And cut. And then go back to Henry. And paste. Now, here's one thing I like. So I like to do, you can sort these by different categories or sort them by name, by the date, or by type.
Right.
So if that helps. Now, if you go back to low, yeah, there's that one. So now, now you're in Henry on this one. Okay.
Right.
So now to set that, to make sure that's using that coordinate file, see right now you are pointing, it just says coordinate files 22008 Henry. So it will, excuse me, it will read that file unless you've pointed it to a different folder. And if you want to use the one you've just now moved, just go up to points and say set coordinate file and repoint it. Now you are in what? You're in low right now, okay. So you want to go back to Henry. Select it. There you go.
And open.
Yep. There you go. Now, yep, that's fine. All right, now list your points, make sure they're there.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe the answer to your original question was, yes, it would be pointing to the wrong thing. It would be trying to read the wrong location.
Okay.
So all you have to do though is just retell it which one.
Okay. While I'm here, let me go ahead and set this scale, and you can look over my shoulder and make sure I do it right.
Okay.
Okay, it's not locked. So I double click in here, then I double click there. And then I set the scale. I go click on that, and it's already 1 inch. Oh no, standard scale.
Go. Yep, that's it. Okay. That,
I'm going to have to change the. Going to have to make this bigger.
yeah, so do that with the corners.
Wow, 100 scales almost too big, isn't it?
Well, let's see. Let's see how big we might need to make it here. If that gets all of that, and do we need to get this down to? Yeah, so now, excuse me. We could, let's see, let me take this up. See, like just in there. All right, that's about the size we can make it now. So we could do something like this. Let me see. I want 45 east. All right. So once I'm in it, it can do a twist screen. Oh, so it's not available. I have to unlock it first of all. All right. So now I do a twist screen azimuth to set to horizontal. I think no, that went the wrong direction. Let's see. Azimuth of 40. Oh, down here is what, north, and there's north and there's east. So if let's try this. Let's restore due north. All right, so there's what north actually looks like. Let me get this thing. Big as I need it to be. So I'm going to bring that in. There to there. Whoops, now see that? I accidentally did that same thing. But
Yeah.
you see this dark green? So I'm just
Right.
gonna double click on that little icon there that says go back to unmaximize your viewport. So now from there, I can bring this down on the top and over on the right. And then I can sort of reposition it a little bit. Like so. And then we could move the legend over here if we needed. Or
I don't really know that I'm going to need the legend.
all right. Now this is with, see my little icon right there? That's my UCS. So that shows me that north would be straight up. Now, if I wanted to rotate this, see, here's your long dimension from here across to here. So that should be basically along a diagonal, or it could be that that's the way you want it to line up, left to right across the screen, but then you'd have, you have to fit this height in up here. But might be all right. Or if you did it like, instead of going upper left to lower right, if we went upper right to lower left is what I was getting at. So if I did Twist screen. Oops. Enter or pick the screen rotation angle. There we go. That lets me see. I can sort of arrange it, whichever might fit my availables. If I do it there, and then reposition it, see, north would be, sort of at like a 45 degree from vertical, which would probably be okay. And now I can sort of reposition this. Within here, but now if we did that, I want to get that off of the vicinity map, the location map. We'd have to work some of that stuff around. Yeah, well, that really kind of fills it up, but I don't know that you want to do it at a 200 scale. That really gets small. Let's go back to. All right, there it is, due north.
Well, I can get rid of the legend. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
we'll reposition. If
And I
we do
can-
that, and so you can move the notes up in here.
right, and I can move the area table.
Yeah, and then that's fine, right, like it is there. Let me look at one more. Thing, if I did. Man, I wish I could. That's what I wanted. What was I? If I did that. Yeah, see, I still need to get. Now that puts north pointed down like southeast. We don't really want that.
Yeah, surveyors hate north down.
Yeah, and so that would be northwest pointing arrow. And that gives you some room, maybe. So if we did that, I'm going to turn off your snapping here for just a second. There we go. Ah, man, this stupid thing. All right. So now we have to take care of the legend if we need it. which we could, fit over here or something. And that gives us room for the notes. And then let me go just a little bit tighter. Like that. So what we would do then is move this, somewhere. Like so. This we're going to move. I mean, your general notes could even do something like this if they're not too tall. Do you have any idea how much you'll have in terms of general notes?
More than that for sure. Probably twice that many.
All right, so if we did I mean, that could get you down to there for some general notes. Or you could put them all out here. But then you're going to have to make them skinny. And that's okay. And that'd be all right. Just make them skinny. You got room.
Okay.
Oh, this we got to move. Now, let me lock this now. And I want to, while this is in this rotated state, I'm going to draw a line or a 2D polyline rather, just anywhere here. I'm going to click and I'm going to say D for distance. I'll just make it, let's see, it's inch to 100. Let's make it 200. And the angle, the direction method will be by angle. So enter. And the code, 1 is northeast. So 1's fine. And now I'll say 0 degrees. So that's my due north line. I'll hit enter to finish. And so there's my line for due north. Oh, first let me move this guy back. Like so. Wow, what's going on here? All right. Oops. There we go. All right. So now, with that being my north-south line, and that's drawn inside of here, okay? I'm going to go back outside of here, and I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. I'll turn my snaps back on. Now, I can snap, even though I'm snapping to things that are there inside the model space, because snapping lets me do that. I've still drawn this outside my viewport. See, I can move it out to here.
Yeah.
And so that's what I want to do with my north arrow, or even just, maybe I just leave my north arrow in that general location, okay? So now I'm going to use that as a guideline to rotate this. I'm going to go back into my viewport. I'm going to select that line that I drew and delete it because I don't want that in my model, okay? Back into paper space. Oops. Yeah, all right. I'm going to do your selection. Anno display is off. There we go. So I'm going to take that and move it, first of all. I'll move from there to here. And then rotate it from let's do the midpoint by reference from the midpoint out to that endpoint, and that's going to go out to there. No, not quite. Oh, I see. Let's just undo that for a second. All right, now, if I take this and move it, let's take it from the insertion point of that. Huh? Is that not a block? Sure it is. All right, so let's move from the insert no insertion found. That's strange. All right, now I know that that's right on that midpoint. So now I'll rotate those by reference. And that midpoint to here, snapping to there. Now, I'll take that polyline that I drew and just delete it. And you might want to take that and rotate that 180 so it's not reading upside down. And we'll just take it from there, and we'll just type 180. Looks like it's not exactly parallel to that, or maybe it is. Yeah, it is. It's just an illusion. Oops. Don't need that. All right. So, you know, you could have it there, or you could then move it onto this underneath side, however you want to do.
Right.
But then that'll take care of that. Reposition that as you need. You got enough room for your notes. Whatever you think on the legend. And if we need to, we could put the legend in here or somehow find a place. And I would come over here and let's look at all right, that's 0.25. That's a 1/4 inch tall. It's a little bit huge. What's this? That is 0.15. So that's a little bit taller than 1/8 of an inch. 1/8 of an inch is what architects use as their standard. Like we surveyors typically would use an L100, which is 1/10 of an inch. So these are really large. That's over, you know, there's 0.38 of an inch.
Yeah.
38 caliber there. So we can save some room with that. Let's see what this is. That's 0.1. Yeah, see, that's good. Let me also do no, let's see, I don't want to do that. Like that. I want to do before and after. So paragraph line spacing. Ah, no, not that. It's over. This one's what I want. Point. There we go. Now, when you edit this, you don't have to put a double line in there. Like if I were going to do number 5, I would do it here. Number 6, I would do it here. You see how it looks like I've hit enter twice. See, it's got spacing between those two paragraphs.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if I had enough stuff to where, so that's all I did with that is I just set my Let me get here. And right click and it shows paragraph, and I set this paragraph spacing. Not this paragraph line spacing, that's the spacing of all the lines within the paragraph. I'll just let that go by default, but I put paragraph spacing, that's additional height in between each carriage return. A lot of people don't do that. They hit the carriage return twice. They hit enter twice at each place. And then you have to select the blank lines, turn the numbering off, and then, you know, in between each paragraph. It's a little bit awkward to try to use, but some, you know, be that as it may, that's now ready for you to extend. It will be spaced correctly.
Okay.
All right, so now let's fix these things up. These are individual lines. That is MText, so that's good. This, and this, that's all individual lines. So we want to try to turn these things into multiple or into a multi-line text paragraph.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to choose that tool. I'm going to let you drive now so you can do this. And you can do it two ways. One is on the Express Tools menu. The other is Carlson's. Either one will do the same trick. So if you want to look at that one, it says text. And you're going to see where it says text to multi-line text. That's what you want. Okay. And it says press return for settings or select entities. So right now you could type return for your settings. And let's see what they are. And the settings are, how do you want to order this? If you see, if you pick them out of order, it will rearrange the lines in the order in which you pick them. Or when you say top down, all you have to do is just, you know, draw a crossing box around all of them. And that's really what you want. So we'll say, okay, for that.
Okay.
Now select the entities to convert. So do a crossing from upper right to lower left or somewhere like, there you go, perfect. And then hit enter. And now the reason it did that, it took all of those things and put it all into one paragraph, but you see the width of it makes it, you know, that would really be one long piece, one long line of text if we stretched out wide enough. So let's go and double click it. And then go over there where it says date and position right before the D and hit enter. And now go right before the J and job number and hit enter. Or however this is supposed to look. There you go. And then finally in front of copyright and hit enter. And now because that last line wraps a little bit, grab the double-headed arrow on the right and stretch it to the right until that all lines up on one line. Keep going a little further. A little more, it'll pop. There you go. Now just click off of it anywhere and that should save it. All right. So that's now one piece of text which you could you know, you could change that as you may. Now you also might, if I don't know what your preferences are, like you could line up this scale and the date and the job number so that it all lines up, you know, so you've got more space in here. And you do that with putting tabs in there. It's just like a word processor.
Okay.
All right. So if you did that, what we're going to do is we're going to select these three lines. And we're going to come up here and clicking in here, I'm going to see, I want my left, I want a tab to be placed right here. Now I'm going to come back here. I'm going to backspace the space out and hit a tab character. I'll backspace the space and hit a tab. And I'll backspace the space or two spaces and hit a tab. And now they all line up.
Okay.
Now let's see, what was our size on this? 0.08, that's fine, that looks good. Now that means this line is a little bit, and once you go inside of it, see this up here is 0.08, but this down here is 0.06. And that's fine, you know, because we wanted it to be a little subordinate.
Right.
All right. Now this is already a piece of M text. And we could put this, does this always go over top of this?
Yeah.
All right, so let's combine that. Now we're going to do this one just a little bit differently. We're going to, instead of going to that same trick, because that other one's already set up as M text. First of all, select that Shepp surveying line. Let's see how tall it is. So we look, no, just click on it once. There. We're looking at properties and see it's at 0.15. So that's getting a little big. Let's change that down to 0.125. That's an eighth. Okay. And then select the M text and let me see what that one is. That one should be escape. You've got two things selected. Now select that. And that's already 0.12. Let's change that to 0.1. Okay, now. So we've got that at a 10th. The scale date and job number is at 0.08. So that will show up a little bigger. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to double click that Shepp Surveying and Mapping PLLC so that we're editing it. And now select, drag your mouse across it so you selected it all, which it might have already been. So that's there. And now press Control C or right click the mouse and choose copy. Okay, now click off of that. Press escape because you're still trying to edit text. Now select it by clicking it once and delete it. Now double click that. Go to the left of the first line and hit enter. And now click up there where the blank line is and paste. Now select that first line. And up there where it says 0.1, you see it in the toolbar up there at the top. Keep going to the left. You're almost there. No, right there. Just double. I don't think you'll find 0.125 in there. There, yeah, there it is. If it's not there, you can always just select it and type it and it will add it for next time. So now that's bigger. You might even want to click the underline button, to the right of, right in there. See where it says U with the line under it? Click. And now click off of it somewhere. And so now that would look like that. If that's to your fancy. Now, what I would do next is make sure that those things line up with each other across the bottom. And there's no real way to do that if these are not set to the same justification. So a trick that I use is I like to just draw a polyline, or I say draw a polyline. It doesn't have to be a polyline, but I just like to do it. I'm going to turn my snapping off, and I'm just going to zoom in down here and get as close as I can where that crosshair is right at the bottom of that letter P. And then I'm going to go across. All right, I'm going to go across horizontally. Now, that is nuts. There's no reason that should happen. All right, we got our alignment. Let's fix this first. Draw, insert from file. PS stamp. Wow, that's really crazy. All right, so now I've got that line as my thing that lined up across the bottom. I just stretched it over horizontally by holding the shift key down. And now I'm going to move this. And the only thing I'm going to be able to do is just move it up to where I'm sitting like that. And then I'll delete that. And now it's all nice and neat lined up across the bottom there, the same distance off there. All right.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, save your work. And now let's go back and let's change that title into a single line or a single multi-line text, and we'll set the heights as well.
This title block?
Yep, those are all individual lines. So we want to do that same trick either on Express Tools. There's also, like I said, a Carlson tool if you want to see how that differs from that one.
Okay.
It's over on the edit menu, I think, under text, back up, third one down. And over to the right, if you look down to somewhere, change, convert text into text. Yep. Okay. So when you choose that, now it has, it's going to do the settings a little bit differently. It's going to ask you in the command line. So it says, do you want to group this text or process individually? And the difference is we want to group it because we want to select all this text and put it into one group. If we did individual, it would take each one of those lines and make each one of those lines of text an M-text object, but they would, you would still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of M-text, and that's not what we want. So we do want to say group. Now, you select the ones you want. So just cross them. Okay. And hit enter. And now it's going to ask you some other here. And it says, combine the text entities on the same row. Now, if we were to say this, that would do like you saw below on the scale, date, and job number, where it puts everything into one long string of text, and we'd have to go back and add the carriage returns. So we're going to say no to this. So it will already have provided those carriage returns for us. Now there they are. And there's a couple things that you see that it's done is it's changed everything to the same height. We're going to go fix all that. And it still has some word wrap going on it. So if you select it,
Okay, well, this actually isn't the text that's going to be on this drawing. Does that
I
matter?
understand, but we're going to use it as a placeholder to fix it. Okay.
Okay,
And so if you go ahead and select it, and now, okay. I wonder why I put the Elizabeth Adelaide Crawford and Seth. Oh, okay. That was, it was on a separate line. Okay. So that's already done. We don't need to stretch it out any bigger. I do notice that you don't have a period after L in Karen L. Crawford, but that none of that matters. So now if we double click, or even before double clicking, let's go ahead and set this, because we want these lines, excuse me, to all be centered. So you can do that one of two ways. You can go into the editor, select all the lines and choose the justification to be centered, or over there in the properties, see where it says justify top left, you want to make top center. Okay, now it's centered, and we'll move it back into position. That, you know, you can do it now, or we can do it after we change the heights and stuff.
click on this and use it, move it.
That's correct. Excuse me, finishing up my tea, which gets cold when I flap my gums. All right, now let's double click and set some heights. Just, yeah, double click it because we're going to edit the text. All right, now select that first line, and you see it's 1/4 of an inch tall. And that may be what you want. I don't know. I wouldn't think that'd be, I'd set it to about like a 0.15 maybe, or. All right, so there's no 0.15 in there. You can just double click the 0.25 and type 0.15. Hit enter or tab, either one. So now go down below, take the next line, and we'll set that to be 0.1. And then the Karen L. Crawford to Elizabeth Adelaide Crawford and Seth B. Cruel, I would select all 3 of those and set that text to be either, you see what I'm doing here. So I've got a 0.15, a 0.1, so that would be maybe a 0.2, which might be too big, but let's try it. Let's just double click that, or take the 5, that's a 0.2. So that's like an L200. There we go. So that's got the names, sort of the prominent ones. And now select those next 2 lines and set those back down to 0.1. Okay, now,
Oops,
all right.
undo.
Yeah, but wait, not there. The undo arrow in the toolbar right there. Yeah. Try one more. There it is. Okay. So now, so that looks pretty good. Let's set some line spacing. So up there after Plat of survey, that first one, just click in that. And now, even though we call this a single chunk of M text, we think of that as a paragraph of text. It's really not. Each carriage return is a paragraph. This one happens to have carriage returns already provided for us, so we don't have anything that's wrapped into multiple lines. So we need to think of this as an entire page in our word processor, and each carriage return defines a paragraph. So anywhere you click, so we're going to click in that first line just like you've done, and now we're going to right click the mouse and choose paragraph, which is about midway down. Okay. And now over on the lower left, there's a section there that says paragraph spacing. We click that on, and then in the after box, we want to say after that line of text, I want to add this amount of extra height. So we had that one as a 0.15 line. Let's just make that a 10th. We'll go ahead and call it a 0.1 and hit OK. See how it did that now?
Mm-hmm.
Now drop down to the next line. Yeah, there you go. Same thing, right click, except we're going to do not quite a 10th. We'll say that one, we're going to say just say a 0.08. All right. Now, anywhere within those 3 lines, well, no, wait a minute. No. The third line down. So those the first 2 lines right now has a 0 extra space, and that's what we want. We want all those 3 lines to be sort of visually grouped together. But on the last one, we're going to open that up just a little bit more, and we'll do the same thing there and make that one also 0.08, which corresponds to the same gap above it. And we say, okay. And now we just click off of it. Well, that's it. All right. Let me see something here a minute. We've got, I want to make sure that's good. All right. Yeah, see, that's all correct. Why does it spread that out? So let me see. This one was 0.15.
If we move the arrow in, would that help?
Nah. All that's going to do is make those lines wrap. See, this is what I can't stand about CAD trying to be a word processor. See if there's some other line space style is exactly, we need to make it at least. And then let's see, this one. Yeah, see, actually, I want everything. All right, so now let's make this 1 again. Eight. Eight. And now that one shouldn't have any, they're grouped together, but it's on at least line spacing. Now, there we go. Except Maybe those two. I'll uncheck. Hmm. Other text height. All right, point. All right, so that's the one that this number is not a height, but it's a multiple of the text height. So if I said 1. All right, so now let's try that. And instead of 1, we'll call this 0.85. I think that's what I want. And now the same thing here. One second. See, that's what I want it to look like. And as soon as I get out of the editor, it changes it. And I don't. Line spacing, 0.05. Well, it's got to be between the two. Okay, that's what I want there. Now, this needs to be a before. 0.08. How about exactly instead of at least? So point. That's a little better. All right, sorry about that aside, but CAD systems are not word processors that we've figured out. Now, if you don't like to see these grips sticking out here on the side, you can just slide them in a little bit. You don't want to slide them in so much you cause it to wrap necessarily, but you know. And then now you can sort of center that, put it where you need it, move it up and down. But now when you do it, it will do it all as one thing. Now, is that the way you want that to stand out in terms of relative line styles? Like, should the names be the biggest, or should Plat of Survey be the biggest? You know, you decide on that and set each line. I think this is probably the way they'll work the best.
Yeah, I think that looks good.
All right, so hit your save button. And then you can start working on, we'll think about putting the legend above that maybe, or once you get your notes done. I would go over there and pre-position your legend.
I keep going up to the save button and it pulls my mouse away from it.
Oh, it's probably because here, let me
Yeah.
all right, you got it. All right. Yeah, now, so because the legend is all in paper space, this stuff is not. We'll stay in paper space and we'll just select that bit of it. Now, notice we've got some text that's way out here. Just ignore that for right now. Let's move that, and we're going to move it from, say, this corner to let's say just slightly off that edge. Now, like I said, you may not need it. If you can get rid of that, now we can move this up a little bit too.
Yeah, I'm probably, well, let me think about it. I'm thinking I'm probably not going to use a legend on that, but
So that we pulled up and away a little bit. You can do it a little bit more. You just don't want to run out on the top. So,
well, I've got an adjoiner to label up there. That's,
oh, okay. So yeah, so the legend. Oh, actually, I know how to do this a little better if we need to. So let's move. We'll move this over here for right now. We'll select this and move that. Sort of in there. If you need it, it can be there. And then we'll move that guy back, say over to here. Sort of trying to keep those margins relatively equal. All right, so that way, you know, I don't know, you're going to have these, you won't have this septic reserve, you know, so you can decide if everything's called out and you don't need a legend, and if they don't require you to have a legend, then I would not use it. But that'll be up to you.
yeah, I probably won't.
Okay.
So I guess on to the next job.
Yeah, one thing too is when if you're going to use any of these attributes, the point descriptions, I don't know that you would necessarily from what I'm reading in, maybe this one. I don't think you're going to put cluster average on your
No, I'm
plat.
probably gonna change all of them.
Yeah. So, but what you can do, because remember we rotated our view and right now they're lined up due east and that's fine for that. But so what you would do is when you double click inside of this so that you're working there, there is a view screen in effect, or a twist screen in effect. So if we go to the points menu and choose twist point attributes, if you twist by, you see your options there. If you twist by the twist screen, T, which attributes to twist, let's just say the description only. And it wants to know the angle relative to the current twist screen. That would be 0. And we'll say, choose from the screen, and I'll just type all. And so you see what that did is that reoriented the descriptions, but we didn't rotate the point symbols. Okay. You could have, but there's that. Now, this is what am I looking for? Draw order. Yeah, make sure on all of those points that are supposed to be circles with wipeouts in them, if I just select similar and bring them to the front, there we go. So that way the wipeout goes over top of the lines.
Right.
All right. Okay, so that'll get you in good shape. You can decide on the legend. These are now sized. They're all multiple text. You're doing a merger.
Yeah, the joiner table I won't need.
All right, and here's your merger table.
Right.
Yeah, and there's only 2 lots, or
there are 3 lots.
So that will need to be a 1 line larger, which it should still fit. We'll just bring it up. Somewhere in there. And it can go over here, just wherever it needs to go, but just make sure that when you go back to this item, yeah, when you go back to here, if you insert here, I think that will automatically expand it out. Whereas if you just tried to add one on to the bottom, it would push this one below it and it would leave it shy by 1 line. I think this will work. But now this is in Henry. Is that are we in Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't want to be messing with the one this came from and mess up the original drawing is the problem.
Right.
That's what I see, but let's see. So let's do a save as. Now, right now, it's called worksheet. Okay, so it was already
Yeah,
copy over.
yeah, it goes with the folder that it's in.
Okay. So then all I need to do for that then is just simply save. Close that. Let's see, does that? No, that's still. That did not do what I was hoping it would do. You have to go back and do this all over again. Is that right? Yeah, it doesn't. Oh. No. Well, you've done these before where you borrowed one from one and put it in the other.
Yeah.
What did you do to, did you have to go back and copy and paste? Or have you had to do that?
I have. I think I don't remember going back to copying and pasting. I just that one's a little bit different than that was the very first one we did.
Yeah.
And the format have changed. I don't remember where the area table is now. I might go get an area table from a different drawing.
Well, take a look if you need. See, this is.
Let me open a different file and look at let me look at the most recent merger that I've done and see what it looks like.
Let's save this for a while. Yeah, by inserting a row, it should push that object. I mean, what if you had to insert 3 rows? You know, you should not have to recreate that. But I don't know without playing with it. And it's got your PS stamp all screwed up on that one too. Now see there how that's got an extra row and an extra column.
Yeah, it does.
So that's why I think what we have to do is.
And this isn't this is just an Excel sheet. It's a DWG in the other file.
No.
Isn't it?
No, it was Excel.
Let me look at Henry for a minute.
See, it says it's a worksheet in Henry DWG. That's where you saw the DWG. When you don't see up the top.
Okay.
It says worksheet in, but it launched Excel. All right. do a quick check on something here. Right. Here we go. Let's see. AutoCAD Olay Excel change of range. Okay, so edit cell range. All right, so let's see. Is there any way to edit the cell range of an Excel after it's been inserted? The only way to get the table in correctly in order to have the header repeat was to create a standard blank table first. Select the first cell and import the data through there. Yeah, I just recall the dialog and just simply update the cell range. From what I can tell, my only option is to delete the table and reinsert. Very cumbersome since I have to modify the table height and width every time after it's reinserted. All right, so his response. Look into the following: data link update. Maybe tools data extraction when mixed concern into the cell range. Ah. Okay. So what we need to do is give that a named range. So if we select this, and this is what I meant by the named range. Now we're going to give that a named range. So we're going to call this one table extents. You must enter a valid reference or type. Extents. Starts with a letter or underscore, doesn't include, okay. Can't have a space, so table extents. All right, so that's now a named range. If I select table extents and copy that, and if I come over here and just clipboard paste special worksheet paste a link. Okay, so that's now done with a named range. If I go back here now and let's insert even 2 lines. All right, then when I save, Yep, see that made it grow and keep the bottom of that range when I inserted that,
Yeah,
even though, yeah, there you can see the X's. So this one was not done with a named range. And this one was. So that's going to be on, let's put that on title block notes. And let's get rid of this one. And we'll put it somewhere there. And you said it's going to have 3 lines though, right?
yes.
So we'll delete that. Say save, exit. And now there's your 3 lines. Okay. Well, that's something interesting and good to know
Yeah.
of the table. If you do it with a named range, and the way I did that, by the way, you may have not caught, I'll repeat, is anytime you're in Excel, whether you're in AutoCAD or anything, if you, when you select any group of cells, okay, right now, you know, this is the data that's in the upper left cell right here. These are, this box is where you can select what's called a named range, but any selected cells, whether it's 1, 2, or more. So let's say I take lot number across. So these 3 cells are selected. You right click and choose define name. And here you could just call this one something like header. And you see it refers to, and you can click that and go up and show it the rows, or and you can limit its scope to be it looks like we had the named range before. All right. But it didn't. All right. So now we've got header, we've got table. So what did we have? We've got header and table extents. So if I choose header, you see it's just those 3 cells.
Mm-hmm.
I choose table extents, it's that. So that's what you need to do. And then once you've selected that, then you right click and copy. And then you're over in AutoCAD. For the first time, you would right click, clipboard, paste special, and that's where you would choose clipboard, paste special. Must have. Yeah, copy. I didn't do the copying, that was why. And then then the first time you need to do it, you would paste special and set not to paste, because if you paste this in, it puts it in as a static worksheet. It's still Excel, but it's static. It won't change if you update the spreadsheet. If you do a link, see, that puts it in as a Microsoft Excel worksheet. The data is linked to the source file so that changes in that file will be reflected in your document. Otherwise, you set it here, it just puts it in one and done. And that may have been what we did the first time out. Because here's what happens and why you want to be aware of what's going on here is that if you do this as a link and you send this file somewhere else, move it to another folder or do something with it, that Excel file has to go with it, because if that gets missing, this goes blank.
Okay.
All right. So there, that should run down that and leave you with what you need to get going. That's going to fit pretty nicely, Michael. I think if you, you still have some, still have these adjoiners to do. I'm going to see how much space we've got here from here. Let me turn this back on. So from here to here, that is 1 3/4 inches. From here to the edge of the page, probably 1/2 inch. Yep, 1/2 inch. So you've got 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, and then 1 3/4 for this binding edge over here. You could probably cut that down to 1 1/2. I don't know, depends on what your regulations are. So we did this according to those, I think, to your ordinance standards, I think was 1 3/4 for the binding edge. But in any case, I think this will give you enough room. And if you do your adjoiners in model space, you have to make sure that you select this and make it big enough to include those extra lines, excuse me. Let's just take it up to there. So now if it cuts off, or now if you do it in model space, it will cut it off at that line. So it won't be sticking out here in your margin.
Right.
And then we could do the same thing with this one. Edge. We'll take this and go to that line there. So that will be the cutoff. That will be the cutoff. There's the cutoff. And then across the bottom's the cutoff. All right.
You know, this is an old plat that I did. Let me just, let's check make sure we have the right dimension on it.
Okay.
18 by 24.
$17 by 22.
Yeah, that won't work.
All right.
Yeah.
Since you have Adobe, let's go ahead and use that as your printer. And this is going to be a what? An 18 by 24, did you say?
Yeah.
Which should be an ANSI. Nope, that's an ANSI C. Maybe an architectural C. 18 by 24 right there. Now there's your paper. See where 0 is? This is Yeah, see, that's still 0, 0. That, this is one of those glaring things that Autodesk just refuses to fix. So we have to play around with this stuff all the time. So now I need to get that back to there by that amount. Let me see about what it is. One, 2, 5. Okay, so setup manager modify minus 0.125 minus 0.125. There we go. So let's delete that line. That line's good. Now, what about, all right, so this can be, it's going from 0, 0 up to 24 by 18. All right, so you see what I did there was so I'm just editing those vertices exactly. Then that I'm going to take and move from there to there. Okay. So that's going to give us a little more real estate to work on our drawing anyway. That'll be a good thing.
Right.
So let's see. Do you know the margins that we can use?
I can look at another drawing. Well, let's look at this drawing. This one's bright.
All right, is that the 18 by 24?
I think so.
Right, right click the layout tab at the bottom. And yeah, let's page setup manager. Let's see if that's modify. Well, it says 18 by 24 right there.
Right.
Okay, so that's good.
So you have to measure this distance.
Yeah, let me let's go ahead and measure from the end of that perpendicularly to, there's no line, there's no line over there. Oh, right. That corner is 1.75, so 1 3/4 and 1/2 inch. All right, so 1/2 inch around, 1 3/4 on the left. Now I want to, let's see, this is B ports. I'm going to draw a rectangle from here to here. And we're going to insert. Now, we have a viewport there. I want to copy that because I looked at your other one. When it didn't have the same thing in it. So back to this one. See, there's no viewport up here. So I'm going to take this, delete it, and then paste there. Although we'll need to be fixing this. All right, so this is, I think it's set correctly on the left. It is. So if we offset this line ½ inch, that's where we can put the top, bottom, and right. The bottom and left are set correctly for this line. Can go, I'm just going to stretch that up to that line and stretch this over to that line. Then I'll select the little offset line, get rid of it. I don't need it anymore. And this, what's going on? Go to there. And then if you need a little bit more space in here, go up like that. Okay. And if you need more down here, you can come down a little bit. And set that. Notice that a little slight rotation on it, so I'm going to rotate it from here by reference from here to here to be east. All right, now it's exact. And let's move that into position a little better, like say maybe here, and we'll widen it a little bit. All right, so that gives you a little bit more room here.
I needed to move the title block and all of that stuff over to the right.
Oh yeah, thanks. So I'll just click and hold the shift key and just watch it by eye. Well, now you can even put this guy if you needed. Whoops, I better do a crossing. Make sure I get everything. So now you could, if you needed to, put this guy down in here. Or again, if you're not going to use it, that's perfectly fine. Just erase it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's save this. Now remember, there is a viewport up here, but it's hiding under that drawn line.
Right.
In fact, let me select it and bring it to the top so you can see it. Although you can't really. Guess we could bring it in a little from the corner. So that way you can see it to select it. And so now remember, if you double click in it, you're also in this. So what you have to do is select that. No, that doesn't. Let me see. What the heck is all that? There were some. Now that's set to be white because we had an image under it, but just so you can see it here, let's. All right, so. And they are in paper space. So if we select all of those, all right, so right now that would be whatever was drawn in paper space over top of the image.
Right.
Okay. Now, when you put your image in here, depending on like where this came from, might have been a photograph and we needed to make it white. So change the color appropriately once you do that. Now, how to get into this viewport. Seeing it's not, I'm not seeing it select. There. So to get inside of that viewport, I cannot just double click in it because that double clicks me into this one.
Maybe move the top of that one down a little bit so that the location map one is sticking out on the top.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. There's probably a way to do this by selecting this and then doing something like activate or well, you could always do that if you double click on the edge. I'm down here at the status bar.
Yeah.
So you could come up here and double click inside like that. Now that there's an overlap, but there's probably a way that you could select that and then you would type a VP. Right, so if we try something, none are maximized. Well, let's just leave it at that. There may be a way that there's a command that you, even if it's inside, you could go inside it.
Why don't we just go ahead and do that location and set while we're here on working on this drawing.
Okay.
Let me close First Energy. We don't need that one anymore.
All right. Let's see, there we go.
Let me minimize this. Close that. Close that. Close that. And let's see, we'll go here. I think I've been taking them from the tax map.
Okay.
Let's see. Looking for Box Factory Road. There's Box Factory Road. Here are our parcels right there. So if I did a, what was that command again? Snip?
Yeah.
Snipping tool. New. And save. And I want to save it in the job file. Save it in Carlson. Is that where I save it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I'll call that location. Save.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm good to get out of all of this. And get this back up. And then
Here, before now, when we have a viewport here, what we've been doing is we go over here and we put that over in here. And then we're going to scale it up to match this. So that way we can set a specific scale on that one. So we're going to just go off to the side and we're going to put that image in. So we're going to, let's just go to draw. Oh, I don't know why that does that for you. There you go. Draw. Image, no, up in the upper block, third from the bottom, third right there. And just say raster image. And let's go and find the file. All right.
Open.
And now what you want to do here is your insertion point is specified on the screen. That's what we want. And the scale, right now, we're going to uncheck that and just let it come in at 1:1. And we're going to use some geometry to help us.
Uncheck what? This?
No, the insertion point, we're going to pick a point on the screen. The scale is what we're going to uncheck. So it comes in, it comes in without being scaled at this point.
Okay, I'm not seeing the scale.
Right there, you know, go back over, you see right there, you see that box around that group? Look up at the
Yeah,
top.
okay.
Yeah, there you go. So uncheck that. And now hit OK. And go off to the side. There you go. That's probably sufficient. Now, it's there. And if you notice, it is tiny. Okay, but that's all right. Because we're going to take this stuff and just copy those lines. Let's see, where did we put that image? There it is. Okay, so we'll just copy that stuff and put it up here. Actually, let's put it far enough away that we won't get it with the other. And then we'll move this from here, say down to here somewhere. And we'll go ahead and scale this up just we'll grab that upper right corner and we'll come across like so, and now we'll reposition it. So you see our red lines are there.
Yeah.
This is here, and so we're going to find a common point. So what is this, right?
Yeah.
That little bit. Okay, so now with that selected, we're going to say move, and we're going to grab, say, that point, and we're going to have to, we can't snap to this image. We're just going to zoom in and sort of get as close as we can to that corner. And we're going to move it down. Now we can snap to that corner. Okay, so now we need to scale it and rotate it. Actually, we don't need to rotate it because we're already, it's north is up. So we select it again. And we're going to scale it. So I'm going to come over here and grab this scale button over here on the modify. And we're going to scale it about this point. And now it wants to know a scale factor or whatever else, but we're going to type R for reference. And we're going to scale it from that point to say this point right here. And again, we have to zoom in and just sort of eyeball it. And we're going to show that that needs to go to there. All right, so that's close. Now it's still a little bit close in here, so it might show up in our viewport. So I'm going to grab those lines we copied and the image, and I'm going to now move it a little further out of the way so we don't accidentally see it in the other stuff. All right, so now that that's been done, I don't really need this stuff, this line. You know, I don't want to show that line, those lines anymore. I just use that to set my scaling. And so I will delete those. Now it's just the image. Now we have something that we can zoom around to and set a scale on. So let's go back to our merger plat. And these things right now, I'm just going to move them up here out of the way for a while. We'll use them to copy down and to draw over top of it. Now, what was that? See, that is that. Are you seeing this little black dot?
No,
All right, that's just something from Zoom. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I'm still seeing it, but I don't think it's anything. All right. So now we're going to come up here and zoom or double click inside. Oh, that was something on the glass of my screen. All right, so now I'm in here and I've double clicked, and it is, make sure it's not. Well, let me select it, make sure it's not locked. It is locked, so I'm going to unlock it. Now I'm going to go back into it. And now that I'm in it, I'm going to do a zoom extents. And I'm going to bring this sort of click back out and zoom in now, click back in. And I'll zoom this up where it fills up my box. Now, that doesn't give us that bottom road. Like, it'd be nice if we could show these 3 rows.
right.
And to do that, we should have grabbed a little bit wider from our capture, but you know, we could make it a smaller inset, right? We could just drag this over here to where it's going to fill up. That. And then we could select this. And bring that in. To say right in there. And we'll select this. Bring this over horizontally. And Middle grip. There it is. Perpendicular to that. All right, so that will what I'm going to, oops. Open this up just a wee bit here. This. All I'm trying to do is get an even border around it there. So that looks pretty good. Now, that would take care of that. Oh, we got these road names in the image. Which is probably okay. Let's see. Now let's take this and move this. There. There. Why is that?
Wouldn't it be easier just to redraw those roads on the diagram and label them?
Yeah, but I wanted to check this behavior a little bit. See, are you seeing it go underneath here?
No,
Does it go all the way across?
no.
So the map is hiding this, is that correct?
Yes.
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out why. If I select viewport. Huh. Yeah, see, that should be right over top. It's not. All right, we'll come back to that. Let me move. Move these up. Now, that I don't understand. Why is that being hidden?
Okay, it's 11:30. I'm gonna have to go do my other thing. We'll have to come back to this.
All right. Set that up like so. Yeah, let me, yeah, there it is. Get that even all the way around. We'll save that and yeah, because I just put a bookmark in it there. Go ahead and save this. And if you want, Mike, I can sit here and I'll work with this and see if I can figure out what's going on with that. And then when you come back, um, it'll still be there if you want.
Okay. Are you gonna keep recording?
Yeah. And I will narrate as I go if I find out what's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Just mute. And then when you come back, just unmute and let me know you're back. Well, I cannot find the reason for that. So I think what we'll do is just get rid of it here. We'll draw it over in model space. Now I'm going to also set this to where it's the same around. So if I offset that through alrighty now. Just going to put that out to the edge here. We'll move this guy up. And this guy will move up. And we'll remember, we'll put a little north arrow in here so that they can tell that there's a slight rotation on this. All right, so let's save and we'll go back to model space and we will draw 2D poly. We'll come from here up to here, here to here, from there to there. That up to there. Convert that to an arc. Convert this to an arc. Right. So there's that road. Looks like we got the state boundary right in here. All right. We will stretch that out a little ways. See if we can find that a international boundary type line style. Or not international, but a state boundary, that'll work. All right. And then finally, we'll draw our road from here to here to here. And we'll come out to the other end. And we'll match this to this. Oops. Let's match. There we go. Now, got our roads drawn. We'll put our text in. Let's see, let's draw. We'll start there. We'll set the height. And the rotation. And we will put in West Virginia. And then Virginia. And we will move those into place. Hello, this is Ken. Okay, Mike, let's see. I want to change these colors if I could. By layer, location inset. Color. There we go. And I'm going to lock this for a second here. All right, now let's see. What scale I need to make this line type. That should work. All right, back to model. And next I will outline our site. Realizing these are not necessarily changes in direction in reality, but just so that we line up over our image, I'm just sort of putting in those little break points, and now I'll close that. And I've got to go up here and add this. will continue from here and down to there. I'm just going to set join that back up. And it is now closed. We'll give it a line weight of say 0.6. And then the roads, we'll tone down a little bit. 0.4. State boundary. And say 0.8. See how that looks. Roads are good. The state line is good. And then finally, we will hatch. That's good. Set that as our entity. Set our scale up to 10. All right, that should do us on that part. That'll look good. We'll throw a piece of text on here. Copy that from there to say there. Change its rotation to east. Change it to read site. Change its size. It's looking all right. We'll put a north arrow in. That'll work. Change its scale. right, there's our north arrow. We've got the states. We've got the site, the label of roads. Which we are. Looks like Summit Drive. Like that one's called Box something road. All right, I'll let you fix that when you come back. And I'll put that text in. We'll put it. Here, the height will be 50. Summit. We'll copy that up to here. Rotate it. Change it to Fox. Something Drive. Road, whatever it is. You can resolve those names. So that now reflects that. Last, we need to figure out what the scale is close to. So I'm gonna precision way up so I can read this scale. It's 0.001034, so probably 0.001 will be about right. So that is 0.001. It's about 1 to 1,000. Now we'll verify that with a couple of things here. Measure. From here to here is, get inside here first and measure. Here to here, that's roughly 650 feet. So at 1 inch equals 1,000, 650 should be 0.65. So I'll test that and measure from here to here, or I'm sorry, 65. Is that right? Measure. Here, that's not the distance. Just measure it in paper from here to here. That's 0.68. So that corresponds to 648, so 0.64 inches versus 0.68 inches. I'm inclined to leave that alone at 1 inch equals 1,000 feet. Again, I never could figure out why that kept blocking the line work. I could not get that to go underneath it or to go over top of the image. So what I did then was to come out here and set everything on top of the image in model space. All right, so now I'm going to put the hatch in the back. Whoops. And actually put the image in the back. And bring this guy to the front. And we'll make this guy a color of 253. Take a gander at that. There we go. Okay, so for when you get back, whenever you get a chance, make sure that you change these road names to match. I just assumed that was Summit, maybe it's Drive, maybe it's Summit Hill Road. I don't know what it is. So edit that text, edit this text. Now they are in model space. You can either double click inside of this. Well, not that one, but inside of this one. And when you're doing that, you can't just double click in this white space. You're not in it. You have to be just inside the image to catch that viewport. Okay. Or you can just go back to model space and edit it over here. Okay. So with that as that, I will save that and I will wait for your return. Just unmute and tell me you're back. I'll be sitting here working away. All right. See ya. Okay, Mike, one thing that I did to this file just to keep from having to zoom into that upper corner so tight is I made you a new viewport that you can see here that just outlines the shape of our site here a little bit. And we can, I'll say reposition that if we need a little more room over here. Let's say if I wanted to move that just like it's something on the screen, like a drawn element. And then I can take this, unlock it, double click inside it, and then reposition it, being careful not to change the scale, come back out and lock it. And I did this so that we would have it's getting to be about time to do a restart. Let me position this over a little bit here, then we'll let's see, I have to unlock it. Then we'll reposition it inside that, come back and lock it. Then we can do things like, give you a little more space over here around the corners to pick up things from inside the model if you need to. And let's bring this in a little bit so that your notes still have some room to breathe. And we can just make these changes by grip edits, just like it's a polyline, because that's actually what created the viewport, was a polyline that I drew. So now you double click inside of here, you're in the model, then you're out of the model. A little bit easier to let things like this and your legend, if you're going to use a legend, sort of live where they're going to live. Then we'll put that up to say in there somewhere to get it out of the way. So that should work. All right. So now that we've done that, we're going to make sure that we come back and you change these street names. Which again, if you remember, we did over in our model space because of that overlay situation. And I'm not so sure that maybe a restart of Carlson might have fixed that issue. I did not try it, so, and just drew them in model space. And we'll pick up from there when you get back, okay? Resume the recording. I stopped it for the blank spot, so you don't have to sit through an hour and a half of silence.
Okay.
All right, but I did also do a couple of things here. I took care of resolving this issue. I never could figure out why everything would go behind that image and it would not, I could not for the life of me get that image into the back. I suspect maybe, saving and exiting and restarting Carlson might have fixed it. I don't know. I didn't want to risk losing where we were to try to figure that out, so I didn't.
That is Box Factory Road.
Box Factory. Okay, so now let me explain what else I did here real quick. It's also in the recording. See, this is now the viewport for this.
Okay.
Okay,
Looks
so
like
now,
the state of Texas.
yeah. So now you no longer have to try to get up there in that spot. Now, up in here, this is not the viewport. In fact, even in here is not the viewport. The viewport is within the actual where you see the edges of the image. That's the viewport for that.
Okay.
So now, so what you need to do is I'll let you drive. You can double click in the image and edit that text. Take the other, take the other, yeah, take the parent out. There you go. And was that other one down below Factory or Summit Drive?
That's an interesting question. I think it's, let me look here real quick. I think it's Summit.
Yeah,
Point something.
might be Road or something else, who knows? Summit
Point Road.
Okay. Okay, yeah, now you can double click outside of that anywhere.
I am. It's not doing anything.
Double clicking, let's see.
Yeah.
Let me stop remote control for a minute. Now try it. Oh, wait, you know what? You're still in the command. So
Oh, okay.
hit enter, yeah. Now do it.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Now let me go back. I'll request remote control again, just in case I need it. You can allow it. Now, this, Mike, I don't understand for the life of me. I've had to do that reinsert of your seal. It has something to do with the text that it's made from, I think. I don't know. One thing just occurred to me to try. Go ahead and just put one out there and then just delete it. No. Now, let me try a thought here. I want to. They're not attributes. All right, let's see here. If I look at this L, it's not annotated. So let's set it to standard. Real 8. All right, so now if I try this, no, let's see, at 0.08, 0.08, 0.08, and 0.85. Five.
Did you get a chance to send that file into Carlson?
I had not yet, no, because I was trying to think of something else that may have caused. And I think because it's referencing this style from an XREF, I'm wondering if that might be what's going on. Because it only happens with those blocks that were made with text, like the bar scale and this. Now, this is 0.14. So if we change that to standard, their height to 0.14 and their width factor my mouse just ran out of power. I'm gonna have to plug it in here in a second. All right, so that width factor is set to 0.8. All right, for a second, I'm getting a power feed for my mouse here. There we go. Now, we've changed those. These are height of 0.8, width of 0.85. So we change that to standard 0.08 and 0.85. This and this are also standard 0.08 and 0.85. This also standard 0.08 and 0.85. Now, save that, and if we W block this, wait a minute, source is a block. Put it here. Rename this. We'll call this that. All right, now let's do the same for this. Bar scale. These are annotated. Style is standard, so that should be relatively okay. All right. Now we'll be whoops. And we'll call this one actually, we should do this. Copy that. Oops. Uh, let's just do it as text. Let's see, that's on layer 0. What height were these? 1 to 1.08. Okay, and then all right, so now we won't have to write that anymore. And let's put that out in your resources. Oops. Okay. All righty. I think that's got us to be able to move forward.
Okay.
I hope. We'll see if this stuff keeps screwing around. We'll see. Like, see, let me save this. Like, what this is going to depend on is whatever your text style for standard is, and right now it's set to Arial.
Yeah,
So if we had that to say something like, let's not do that one. Let's do like, trying to get, it won't let me. All right, so if we had that, see, it's going to, see how it changed I missed 2 of them. So we will put that standard back to Arial. So whatever your standard is will be this one. Now we need to fix that I and the C. So I and C. Must have missed those. Now, okay, now I think we're good. So if you ever see those coming in, they got some kind of goofy looking font. Instead of trying to change that thing itself, just go back and double check, make sure your text styles for standard is set to Arial.
okay.
Because You could sometimes get a file that is a different text. But that means everything will be looking like a strange font. All right, so yeah, don't forget, you'll fix all that stuff up. All right,
Okay,
what else on this one? Anything?
no, that's good for this one. That'll give me plenty to do.
All righty.
Let's save it and get out a bit and go to,
Do me a favor, while you're here, go ahead and exit and restart it,
okay,
just in case.
okay, this is this thing that I got from Dewberry.
All righty.
It was drawn in Terra model.
Yep.
And I don't even know where to start.
Well, I would start with something like this.
Where did that one come from?
We brought it in from another file the other day.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you want to bring in the one we just worked on, let's do that instead. So we're going to delete that one. Now go ahead and open that file that we just fixed up. Okay, so now go back and hit on the TM Styles tab. There you go. So now you're on that one. Now we want to get the layout that's in 22008 Henry and put it into this file. So we're going to go to our, what you think of as layer manager, which is really the IntelliCAD Explorer. There you go. And now you see the file at the far left column so you open that up. And you see that if you scroll down, you're going to see a thing called layouts. Select that. Now there's that merger plat layout. So if you click on that and then drag and drop it on the word layouts in your file. Right there. Now you can close this. And you can even close the Henry drawing if you want. And no need to save it. We didn't make any changes to it. Now go down and click the merger plat. See, that's got what we just did.
Okay.
All right, so and we don't even know exactly what size we're going to need. Like what is going to get plotted in here?
Well, that was on a standard Jefferson County plat. So it was on 18 by 24, and it was at 1 inch to 300 feet.
Okay.
So basically everything here needs to get plotted up to about here. And,
All right,
and then of course we have the location inset. We don't need to use this location inset, although I guess we could, but I think the ones that we do are better.
All right, we'll take a peek at that. Now you've got right here where it said inset. That was a different inset you had somewhere else probably, right?
No, that's an inset from here. I don't see where the inset is, though. I think the inset, I think this was the inset up here, maybe. Up in this right corner. I think
Yeah,
that's,
so that was like a blow up of that
yeah.
area there. Okay. All right, so we could do something like that. Now, so here's how I would approach this. Let's go to our layer viewports. And we're going to draw a rectangle. And we're going to say from here, we'll give it a rotation, and we'll make it sort of parallel to the layout that we want. And now the distance that we want to set the other corner, the X direction, it's 18 by 24. So at 300 feet, 24 times 300 would be 7,200. So that's going to go at, which makes it relative, 7,200 comma minus, now 18 times 300 is 5,400. Oh, didn't like that too much. Let's try this. Let's just draw it and then rotate it. We'll start here. Rotation of 0. Now we'll say at 7,200, 5,400. All right, so that is the size of your total sheet. At 300 scale. If you want to rotate that to fit in the paper, it looks to me like this was probably done. Let's see if I can set that back.
Do you want to see what that plat actually looks like?
Yeah, that would be a good thing.
Okay, let me minimize this. You can see that, can't you?
Yeah. All right, so yeah, there's the inset. Okay. Now, when you kicked it out, you did,
What do you mean when I kicked it out?
when you did a save as, or did you do an export?
No, I did an export.
Okay.
I exported the ASCII points and the DWG separately.
All right. Now let me see the save project as is just that. Okay, that just let you rename the project. We're not going to do
Right.
that. So if I'm going to export this. Whoops. There's a bricks CAD as well. All right, and let's put this, where is your,
What are you looking for?
whatever your working folder is. There you go.
Now I created a file called Terra Model. And I put it in there as old Dewberry drawing.
All right, so I'm going to put this one, styles from Dewberry. All right, now conversion mapping. There's a color mapping, font mapping. Line type, line width. That's really all you've got. Okay. You didn't have a surface in here, I'm guessing, probably not.
No,
I don't need that. All I want is this. I don't need it 3D.
okay, then you look down here at the bottom where it says record. And if you right click, you can pick what I did was I used a window.
All right.
You just made a window of the whole thing.
All right, do that again. All right, and then we say okay.
Wait a minute, what happened here? Nothing was selected. Wait a minute, something went wrong.
Yeah, here, I think what happened was,
Wait a minute, you're in a different menu now. Wait a minute.
now do you have to hit okay at the bottom?
No, it says nothing was selected. I think this thing's getting in the way. Let me minimize that and then let me try again. Well, something's wrong. It still says nothing was selected.
All right, try it again now that that box is out of the way. Let's see what. Well, yeah, there we go.
Well, I think you picked sheet, and I don't think there's a sheet there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did say sheet view.
Yeah, I don't think there's a sheet view there. Let's go back for a minute. Oh, there.
All right, so there is no sheet view.
Yeah, I don't think.
That's why I wondered if,
There we go.
all right.
Okay, 364 items. And you say okay.
Yeah.
Next. and export.
Yeah. Wait a minute, before you do that, let me read some of this stuff here. Surface points as blocks, no custom. All right, that's just, all right, so that's good. Let's say finish. Now, how would, if there were a sheet view, where would you see it? How would you switch to it?
Oh, boy. There was a way to do it because sometimes they did use sheets. I doubt if they did on this one because this wasn't a design. There was no engineering involved. It's just a boundary survey. And I never did it personally, so I don't remember how to do it.
All right, so let me see
You
here.
could try to look at help and see if that helps any.
Well, let me see if I can. See from some of these here for a minute. That is not.
It's on the other page. Let me drag it over.
All right. Says error opening help. So,
Well, I guess there is no help.
all right, so no problem. All right, that's their layers.
Let's just create a new project.
All right, I think that's about all we can do here. Let's see. Didn't work. There's that view. So you don't have any idea. Yeah, it looks like it's all just, these are like AutoCAD views. Yeah, it'd be nice to know if there were, but like I say, I doubt there was. So let's put this away. Save changes, no. Now, let's open. All right, so that has everything, these little borders and everything. That's what I was looking for. Yours doesn't have those unless you've got them on a frozen layer or something. No. And this guy we no longer need. We look at this guy. All we really need is this. 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 This maybe.
Having the stream in the floodplain would be nice.
Where is that?
Well, there's the stream.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
There's the floodplain, but I don't see it copied over here.
yeah, it doesn't look like it did. That's too bad. Well, I can get it from the flood tool, I guess.
So we have the stream. We have these. Got all of that. All right, so let's get. So those are there. Now, that's all we need from this one at the moment. See something. Yeah, that's what I'm sure. All right, we'll just use it. We'll probably replace it with yours. All right.
Probably replace that title block with mine.
Oh yeah, we'll clear all that out, but I just wanted to get these relative offsets. Now, are you going to have this inset area like the other one?
Well, I don't really know that. I'm not seeing really what they're insetting there.
Well, let's go back for a minute to your tear model. I'll let you load that back up. You didn't happen to plot out a PDF of that back in the day and save it, did you?
No.
All right.
Even if I had, it would, even if someone had done that, I wouldn't have possession of it.
All right.
Okay, see there, you see the floodplain.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. And what are they showing up here in the inset?
There.
Yeah, but I mean, what is it that we're physically showing? Like up.
Well, I can't tell what we're showing that you can't see. Where the electric line comes in, maybe, I don't know.
The electric.
I wouldn't be too concerned about that myself.
Looks like they're showing some this apparent overlap.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some investigation myself to see whether that even exists or not, because it doesn't look like it's much.
Okay, so
That
now,
looks like my measurement's better than yours argument.
right. All right, so let's now go see if we can find what this is. How do you select that?
Good question. I think you go to reports.
Identify object.
Yeah.
All right, that's on layer boundary plat, blah, blah, blah. It's in a reference file. It's in a reference file called boundary plat.
This is boundary plat. I think.
All right, let's see, maybe it's reference file type here. Oh, layer boundary plat, sorry. Layer boundary plat.
Yeah, it would be really nice to have the floodplain in these buildings.
Which buildings? These?
Yeah.
They're in, I think. I thought they were.
Yeah, I don't understand why the floodplain didn't carry over.
Yeah, that's ID. Line.
So I try and export again and just export those two, that floodplain line, and see if that works.
We could, let me see before we switch that. Let me come back to here. See, the buildings were there.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I thought. They are here. See, there they are. It's on this line type called .2. That's why you're not seeing it.
Ah, okay.
So let's put it up to just call it dots. And let's make it a line type scale of say 0.5 or 0.1. Well, let's for now call it continuous. There. All right, so they are there. The problem is, and it's also possibly, see, here's a line type that's not defined. It's supposed to be electric line. It didn't come across correctly. We can fix all those things. Let's take a look at here. Yeah. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to change that to continues for right now. All right, now. And same thing. No, those lines actually never came across. brought the text out of the fence line. But now this drawing brought them. That was just your mapping. All right, so if we look here, let's take a peek at what we're drawing set up. 300. Now we'll set MSLT scale on, PSLT scale on, and we'll set our scale list 1 inch equals 300 feet. Let's set these back to by layer. No, wasn't by layer, it was dots. Dot 2 or dots. Dots doesn't work. Dot X2 doesn't work. Dot 2 doesn't work. All right. There we go. Now it will look like that. And now, had you done anything to this file? I wonder if we should just switch to this one.
We did, when you were looking at it the other, is that the one we just brought in?
Yeah.
No.
All right, so there's that fence line. Fence line there. So if you haven't done anything to that, if we do the same thing here. Okay. It's a line type issue there. We're going to set this one to dots. Got oops.
Wait, did you turn the recording back on?
Yeah. All right, so if I put these here, now all of these copy ofs we can get rid of. Now we've got all our dots stuff. All right, so this and this were set to dots x2 type of 0.1. And we made it a little bit heavier. All right, and let's take this layout, copy it over to there. Now we'll set that. Actually, I'm just going to delete it. First of all, I'll make it current. And we'll delete that one. And we will let's go from here to there. And then we'll set it to be all right. So there's the All right, so so that's basically how it would fit on the sheet to show everything that you would normally have. And we would say move. Let's go from there to there. All right, so there it is, but with 1/2 inch borders instead of this 1 3/4 inch. And that's how that laid out on your original sheet.
Okay.
Now, what we'll do with ours is let's first cut this down to yeah, so you need all of that stuff up there too. Let me undo the move. Let me take a thought here for a minute. All right, so you could take all of your paper space stuff. Let's just move it from here to here. And we'll borrow from that if we need. This we can. All right, so there's everything as done the last time. What is that? Now, what you could do if you needed. Where did it go? Oh, it's actually over here. Oh, I see. One was here, one here, one here. All right, that's fine. I'm going to get rid of this one. Now, what you could do, Mike, if you wanted a different layout, you could lay this thing in here basically lined up with the page. That would rotate your north, a little bit. But you've got all this text and everything here. You might as well use it. Now, I've got some things like this, for instance, that needs to be, moved, to like that, or the style needs to be fixed to match exactly. And I don't know. See, that's a style called segment L. So our text styles. Segment L, here it is, was this font called Tech NG or NQNH, and it's not found. So it's substituted whatever it did find. And that looks like, are we still in here? Yeah, there we go. All right, so see that looked like this, almost like a hand lettered
Yep.
looking thing. And we've got this thing that need to be resolved. So if we come back to here and we set what do we call that? Call it underscore segment L. Okay, so right here. Now there's one that's sort of matches. That's a little yucky. Should be like city blueprint or something. That's probably, yeah, it's a little too severe.
Can we just change it to Arial?
Yeah, we could.
That's what I would normally use.
All right. I remember when there were two fonts, Arial and Times Roman. All right. So now when we do this, and it seems to line up pretty nicely with positions. So let's leave that okay. This one is normal text. That's probably set with a Roman simplex. Hey, looks like your stream fill came in as well. Can't see it when you zoom way out, but when you zoom in enough, it'll show up.
And the bearings and distances, I'm probably going to relabel anyway, because I've got to establish points at those corners.
All right. Now this guy would see that comes across as a 2D polyline. We really need that to be a leader. And you can do this one of two ways. You can simply draw a leader. Let's set we'll set on that. Let me go back to here and close that off. And we're working on styles from Dewberry as their current drawing. Now, there's a couple of things I notice in here, like there's actually two lines in here.
Yeah.
You know, one is this grayish, one's a darker gray, which is this one doubled. And the other one, the lighter gray is this one. You know, that like that. Now this, see, I don't know what that line, one's a piece of text and one is a point. It's a piece of text and it's a slash. So that's probably a point symbol that they use. See, up here's another one.
Speaking of which, are there points in that job?
Well, there's no, you know, we don't have any coordinates. All we did when we brought it over was,
Well, I did bring the points over separately though,
okay, so what,
as a text file.
you haven't converted them into Carlson points yet?
No. Well, I converted them from points from .pts to txt.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll do that here in a minute. All right, so if we look at our point symbols over here, it looks like those were,
Yeah, those are property corner symbols.
yeah. So you've got, yours are showing up as that slash because that in this file, that symbol is actually a piece of text. And it's a slash, it's the character, but they had the alphabet defined that the slash makes a circle.
Right.
All right, so that's one thing we need to work on. We need to work on the line styles. We got that fence and electric and a couple of those. These dash ones came over quite nicely. But these, like I said, this is all text. quick select. What is that? Copy that. All right, so that is all right. So those are all the places where you have those that we need to replace them with your property line symbols. Now,
Right.
you also have points that we're going to bring over next, and maybe we'll just simply draw those points with the symbols, and then we'll select these and delete them. Okay, so let's do that next. Let's go back over to here for a minute. All right, so let's bring in the coordinates. We're going to import a text file. And we're going to select. Now we're in Terra model. We've got boundary, we've got control.
Well, I need both of them, but why don't we create a control layer so we can turn it off? Well, we can bring the points, just because we're bringing the points in doesn't mean that they will be,
Right, we're not going to draw them in there yet. So I'm just going to make
Right.
sure we didn't have any. I think we're good on point overlaps. So let's do this. Let's do multiple. Let's see, where is it? We used to have to tell it we're bringing multiple. I guess all we do now is just select the files. There we go. And we're going to do a point number, northern, easting, elevation, and description.
oh, wait a minute. We don't want those minus 99999 points in. Let's skip,
We don't need any elevations at all, really, do we?
right. Yeah, let's just skip the Z, because that'll do, I don't know what that'll do in Carlson. Carlson
Oh,
probably.
it'll put them down at minus 9999. All right, so PYX, skip, and description. It should be good. And it'll ask us for a coordinate file name. And we're going to call that just call it styles.
Yeah,
Read in 30 points and 39. So let's look at our points now. And back in our thing, we'll make two groups here. You had one was all right, control had 101 through 143. Let me write this down. So 101 through 143, and then 1135 and 1141. Everything else was boundary. And we're going to stick through 11. All right, and then we will create boundary to exclude 1 through 11. That's boundary 3, 4, 15 down through 2 through 3. Okay, so we've got 66 in that one, 30, so we should have 96 total. Okay, I'll come fix that in a second here. '96. Okay, so we've got them all. We've got 2 groups now. All right, so let's run an audit here. No errors there. We'll save as. Come back up here to Carlson. And let's give this a name, Styles from Dewberry here. Now what, or let's give it a, what do you want to call this file?
Styles.
Just plain old Styles.
Well, yeah, Styles.
And I'm going to put that in your Carlson directory. So that's now your file. Now let me close that for a minute and let's there's the one that you had. All right, so now let me try this, just see if there was anything.
Yeah, I just realized that about the drawing templates that we created way back when. They all have the wrong drawing size. That's why we had to adjust that one this morning, because I brought it in from a template.
Yeah, because when we did that first one, we set it up for a 17 by 22 instead of 18 by 24 so that you could print them on a ledger sheet of paper.
Right.
So, but if that's, if you're not having to do that much anymore, then 18 by 24 will match exactly. All right, so that's all good.
I might just go ahead and use that location and set. It's pretty good.
Yeah, might as well. Whoops. You need to fix a couple of things like yeah, see that those aren't circles, they're 2D polys, and it's all right. But does that need to be big like this one?
Well, it should circle the number.
Yeah. And I would think even you would do this. I'm going to set on that layer on boundary plat. All right, and then I would just draw a circle. I'll go to the midpoint there and I would come out. And I'd get rid of that.
I've got another chore here. I've got to do at 3 o'clock. Our barn help is on vacation this week, and I need to go bring horses in.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
yep. So this is basically what you know, some of the cleanup that you would do.
Yeah.
I'll put it over here and say save. So now, yeah, everything, the next step would be to draw those points.
Right.
And I would just go through everyone that you see numbered here. I would draw those. And then you could select. See, that's just a piece of text as is.
But I draw them on models page, right?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, let's just do run real quick. We'll do 520. And we will choose that. We won't do the descriptions and elevations. And we'll just say 520. Yep, it's right where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
so
is that on, is that in the model?
yeah, see, I'm inside the heavy red outline.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I would do that. I would leave these all in here. We could select. Let's take all of that text whose contents equals that. And we'll go ahead and delete those. And then I guess we want those points on layer boundary.
Yeah.
Now you could probably say draw your group boundary, but there may be more points that are showing. I would limit it to,
Yeah, I think there are a lot more points that are showing than are showing.
yeah, so I would limit it to just the ones they have here.
Yeah.
And then bring them in. And you can bring them in with your point numbers on, but then say bring in And let's change this. All right, it's going to go on layer boundary. That's fine. And then you're going to draw a range. And you're just going to say 530 to, there's 31, 32. I don't see 33. So let's just say to 532. 534. $528. $523. $524. $522. 500. 520. $529.
Okay, those interior ones need to be plotted too.
Yeah,
That's the 521, 525, 526, and 527.
you already got 28 and 23. We got 24 and 22. So that's probably all we would need for that. And then I didn't see 530. Those
Some
are,
of them didn't draw, did they?
yeah, I
Yeah,
did
I
not.
guess they did. Yeah, they did.
26, 27, but I didn't see these two up here, 530 and 531. Are they in our file? Yeah, 530 and 531 are not in your file.
Okay.
So you would need to establish where that point is. In fact, we can find out from here. No, they don't have the point symbol drawn either.
I may have to go back to Terra model and find them.
Just make sure they're there, and then I'll let you go and go do this. All right, so he's got, looks like it's these two gray ones, and they are right on the corner of that line.
Yeah.
So 530 and 531. Yeah, so I would just do a draw locate 30. Or screen pick right there. And then 531 will screen pick right there. Okay. So that looks like a start.
Yeah. A good start.
Yeah, so check on your notes.
Can I just bring in the title block from the one we fixed today for
Yeah, this one.
No, the one we were working on this morning.
Yeah, that's this.
No, but yeah, okay, it is it. Yeah.
Now, what is this? It's a style called standard. How come standard is not? Ah, that's better. All right, so, if you see some text you want to reuse, just select it, make sure these are all individual lines of text. And see, that's called normal text. You may want to switch the style of all of these, say to standard, which is your Arial stuff.
Right.
And then I would turn that into your M text. How many were there? Just three. Yeah, that didn't. Put on there. All right. So then from here to here. Well, anyway, we can fix this and actually make these numbered so that they line up down the margin instead of wrapping over here.
Right.
But you've got, you need to run, go do your stuff.
Yeah.
So do that. We can reconvene if you'd like, or you can work on this for a while and call me back when you're ready and we'll,
Yeah, maybe this is Friday. Maybe we'll reconvene sometime Monday.
yeah, let me double check.
Let me know what your schedule looks like next week.
Yeah, I'm looking here. I've got an 11 o'clock team meeting. Was supposed to teach Thursday and Friday, but nobody signed up, so I think we're good for that. I'm good all week right now, so.
Okay, let me look at my calendar and I'll send you a text.
Okey doke. Well, I will save this, and remember, you're working on styles in the Carlson folder,
Right.
not from TM Styles. And we can close that. And we'll basically use everything we can use out of this.
Right.
And then we'll, now see, the way they did this one the first time, see, they don't have all these revision blocks and all this kind of stuff over here. And you might want to, leave it like that as well, but,
No, I'm gonna have to put all that stuff in.
okay.
The
Well,
table, the revision blocks, all
Well,
that.
I know you're gonna need your seal and all of that, so we'll figure out how to work that in. We'll probably shorten up the revision block and put it right over here.
Okay,
Move your scale up and put your certificate and stamp right here, something like that.
right,
So instead of just trying to drag the whole thing wholesale and then have to do something with this, we need to see this right in here.
right,
Okay.
okay,
All right. So with that, let's save. We'll put a bookmark in it. I'll let you work on resolving all of that stuff. And when you're ready to start working on the plat again, we can reconvene. Okay.
okay. Enjoy your weekend.
You do the same. I'm actually heading up to Michigan and going to go see my little granddaughters down in Toledo. And
That sounds like a great weekend.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So it'll be quick though. I got to go up and back in like just one overnight, but that'll work.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to save.